Good morning, guys. All right. So we're falling under the 4760 call wall. Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure this is up to date. Support here is at. That's not right. Oh, we're still at like 60. Okay, there we go. 4760. Yeah, still a shitload of options interest at 4760. But calls. Losing this, I guess we test 50. Seems like a bit more than just a gap fill. Tupperware's got some interesting price action this morning. A little, excuse me, a little bit of profit taking on Cat. Looks like resistance there is at 95. All right, gaps filled. Most of the sell-off seems to be on the future side. After the test of 4807.50. That's just kind of a weird level, but we set a new high, I guess. So we don't have CPI today. There was some news this morning. I forget what it was. It was like uh inventories or something. Mortgage applications have like tripled. So the mortgage data was pretty good. Wholesale inventories was bad. That was 7 minutes ago. Yeah, that's about right. So a little bit of sell off from wholesale inventories, but I think we'll mm, probably find support here. We should. There's an obscene amount of calls at 4760. Delta is just falling off like crazy. Yeah, CPS tomorrow. Was there news out of China? um, we had a little bit of news out of China last night. I forget what it was. Hmm. think we had new yuan loans and some other shit. We have more data out of China tomorrow. But none of that looks particularly bad. In the last 5 hours, we've had 2 breakouts and tests of 4,800. Okay. What is delta neutral on XRT? So DN on XRT is at 71.36. Speaking of XRT, XRT is down a bit this morning. I'd say it looks like Dow and Russell are underperforming quite a lot. Russell down at like 1967. Although Dow doing a little bit better than NQ this morning. So the pump doesn't appear to be there for tech. Besides NVIDIA. BTU dip. I mean, fell below 25. Sure, I guess you could call it a dip. Yeah, Beyond looks like it's having a... I wouldn't call it strong, but it's holding $8. Yeah, Google Meta up, but Apple down. Netflix down. I mean, QQQ's barely up, so like Mag 7's doing okay, but the rest of tech's not doing much. Tesla and Apple are both down like almost, well, Apple's down 40 BPS. And Google's only up 30. Apple's so huge. um and NVIDIA's obviously outperforming everybody by quite a bit, except with the exception of like Microsoft, but Microsoft was down yesterday. There are other tech companies. See, like, see all of the tech companies not doing well. They make up almost as big of a piece of the pie as the 3 that are doing really well. And then outside of services, no one's really doing that great. Also, financials haven't been doing so hot this year. Yeah, so we got, like, all of these are flat. These are down a little bit. Name 650 of them. range bound 4750 to 70, 4750 70 today. 75 on the top end right now. There's still a really shitty little ramp up to 75. After 75, that kind of falls off. And 60 is still really well defended. So I would say 75, and then any call interest that comes above 75 might see us push a little higher. But we should be mostly range bound. As we get later into the day, we should see more like neutral positioning pick up in order to capture or hedge CPI tomorrow. I'm still waiting for the commodity super soaker to empty itself all over me. That might be like second half of this year. Well, maybe middle of this year. It really depends on China. Just a note on the majority of those 4760, 5K-ish contracts came in 180, 1.8 at 380 the day they held the contract through the end of day price of 17 plus. Those contracts may be sold. Interesting. Okay. That's possible. You'd think they'd be getting squeezed out today, though, if they were. Jesus. I'm gonna get fucking sick again. Ugh. That's on leap spreads for commodities. Plays like ZOM, Oxy. A little concerned about liquidity, but the payoff looks nice. I'm not sure if now is the right time to go long oil. I guess you could. That might not be the right commodity, but it is. I mean, it'll be affected. So, yeah, if you were gonna bet on Chinese demand increasing into the middle second half of the year, I guess oil wouldn't be a terrible place. How's it going in New York City? Are the White Walkers coming? It's fucking flooded everywhere last night. I remember when you were like, they're gonna lean hard back into the carry trade. USD JPY back up. Yeah, I know. They're definitely starting to lean into it more. Heck happened last night? Trying to be a good friend. So first of all, I left my house. I had no fucking clue what was going on. Right? Like I didn't know there was a massive storm or anything. I was like, oh shit, it's raining, and it wasn't that bad when I left. I started heading out to LaGuardia, so I was like halfway to Queens, and then the flight got canceled. Um, and diverted, like, well, it got diverted to Newark, and I was like, oh fuck, I don't want to go to Jersey, but I was already in my car. I was like, all right, so I went back, and I was across the tunnel heading into Jersey, and it got canceled again and sent to Logan. So I went up like through northern Jersey into upstate New York. And it was fucking awful. Like I had to go like around the tunnel because the traffic was all backed up, and I decided like I wasn't gonna go to fucking Boston in the middle of the night, but I had to get up to like the Tappan Zee Bridge to get back across the river. And so I was driving through like Hudson Valley and Westchester, and it was just like down trees everywhere and flooding. And I saw some dude in like a Honda Fit hit a like 5 foot wall of water going like 60 miles an hour. The car turned into a like a cork. He just floated off. I don't know where he went, but he just floated off. You really don't care about the environment, do you? How? How is that a reflection of the environment was trying to kill me? Are you kind to your abusers? He'll be okay. Cars don't float for long. I'm gonna think about that guy a lot over the coming years. I backed my car into a cop car the other day. Well, he just drove off. Sometimes life's okay. That's a beautiful story, Dork. No, leaning into the carry trade's actually bearish because it inherently tightens financial conditions. How many tolls did you take? I don't know, but I must have spent like $80 on tolls. All of them. All the tolls in the tri-state area. If he lashed like 6 Honda Fits together, he'd have an awesome raft. This car's floating bullish for Tesla. I don't think Teslas float, so between top and beyond, which is gonna MOASS first? I don't know. I don't know if either of them MOASS or if both of them do. It's a tough choice. I don't want to play anything on SPX right now. It's ugly. Teslas catch fire in the water. Was beyond seeing covering at the moment. Um, that's a good question. No, it's being shorted. Um, at least since market open, it's been shorted pretty hard. It hasn't covering has not yet exceeded the amount of shorting done into the first part of today. But liquidity is starting to turn around like broadly on like the if we go out to like the 1 day. So they are covering down here. It's just they're like short, they're covering the underlying, shorting the ETFs. Top is actually seeing covering. What's up with the tolls up there? I drove from DC to NYC once, and from the time I hit Jersey to the time I made it to Queens, my wallet was empty. That sounds about right. A few years back, my car broke down on the Tappan Zee during July 4th weekend. It was over 100 buses doing 70 going by me, and AAA couldn't help because the bridge is union contracts only. Yep. Yeah, you don't want to break down on the TZ. If you do, you need to like push your car off of it. I've had a state trooper pull me off of the Tappan Zee one time, and like during the winter. First time watcher, do you think the storm came down on you because sins of your past? Any sins you could think of? It's probably because I renounced my faith in the Church of Bitcoin. I felt like a muscular, strong Bitcoin-based Jesus was a bit of idolatry, and we parted ways. I've been in meetings. What's up with Upstart today? Well, it's going down. It looks like it fell back below delta neutral. Just kind of chopping. It's not sufficiently below delta neutral to warrant shorting it, but it looks like there was some profit taking yesterday at the $35 call strike. I think those falling off kind of weakened its upside potential going into the end of this week. No, I've turned more towards the Eastern religions, and I now follow the Church of Binance. Cat looks okay. Yeah. I wish it'd go back up again, but I guess I've got a couple days for that. DN and GN for Tesla. Ooh, what's Tesla doing today? That one was close to fun stuff. Ooh, it's getting there. Tested 230. Delta neutral, gamma neutral still moving down on it. 225, 217. DN staying flat. So there's a lot of short dated calls on Tesla pressuring up, but dealer delta stayed negative. It didn't move back positive yesterday. Dealer gamma is falling, but it hasn't fallen negative yet either. Charm isn't Charm is negative into Friday's expiration still. So there's a bit of short dated call interest. I think most of it's at like 35, 40. Not a lot of it though. Actually, killing Harambe triggered the rapture, and everyone here missed it. I don't know if it's purgatory or upcoming doom though. Huh. All right, that's valid. Is that where we tore our timeline asunder? I look on Netflix, or does it look too strong now? No, it definitely doesn't look too strong. I'm just waiting for this to break down. It hasn't yet. I wanna add puts here, like under 75. So I'm just kind of waiting on that. I have 75 70 Jan 19 debit spreads right now. But I want to add 475s, or no, I'm sorry, these are Feb 2nd. Feb 2nd. And then I want to add 75s for middle of Feb. What's Feb OPEX? Feb 16? Yeah, Feb 16. On a breakdown. Or 70s. One or the other. Well, we'll see. It depends on how hard it breaks down. But no, I wouldn't say today looks much better than yesterday. A little higher high, but immediately rejected, right? There's still a shitload of short calls at 480. That's kind of helping keep the upside unrealized. What I'll probably do with those Feb 2nd debit spreads is if it does fall below 475, I'll probably close the short puts. And then just leave the 475p open. That way I can like maximize profitability on a breakdown there. Do you think Tesla is ready to break 160? I mean, if I pick up a short on Tesla, I'm gonna play the range from gamma neutral to delta neutral. And then if it breaks below delta neutral, I'll add to it. Wheels and boots. Word on the street is you have the sins of craving another man's woman. Confirm or deny. Rims and Tims, did you change your fucking name to try to... Unbelievable. Starting a Vega position on SPX. Would you start here before CPI? I mean, I'd be pretty comfortable adding to it with VIX below 13. I might wait till after CPI, but if CPI is hot, you can see vol spike back above 13 pretty quickly. That one got me. It's still getting me. CPI tomorrow. Yeah, before open. 225, 217, fear and loathing. GN's 225, DN's 217. That's a reasonable question for clearly a first-time viewer. What's your preferred strategy for growing a small port reliably? Drip with CSPs for acquisition and selling CCs on them in between divvies? Oh my god, it's so slow. No. My preferred strategy for growing a small port would just be scalping shit. If you're not comfortable with that, or you have like a job or something that would prevent you from actively managing intraday positions, then yeah, you might want to turn towards something like spread selling. I would probably pick spread selling as a faster way to accumulate capital than wheeling. Wheeling is not a very effective strategy with low amounts of capital. And that's basically what you're talking about. Not only that, you appear to be talking about wheeling dividend stocks, which have very, very low IV. Are you playing anything or waiting for a test of 75? I'm not playing anything. Well, I mean, I'm long cat right now, I guess. And top. But that's about it. Brett, thank you for hooking everybody up with some Cornishon memberships. I appreciate it. I thought you were going to use that port for trading, but I guess it's gone now. I thank you for your undying and unflinching loyalty. Everybody else, enjoy your billionaire coupons. If 65 breaks up, is it clear up to 70, 75? There's a little ramp. It's not a great ramp. We had some momentum to run up this morning. Now we have a little less momentum. I have little time to manage a trading account, so I diversified my port between TUP and Beyond to play it safe. This is most definitely FA. Oh boy, Atwill enjoyment. Well, I'm glad to see you splitting your YOLOs up. Warren Buffett would be proud. Gork, I lost $400 already. If it makes you feel any better, I have a bunch of puts that I can't close from last night. They're down more than $400. They're also for Jan 19th, but they are down more than $400. Is Options Volatility and Pricing by Sheldon Nattenberg worth reading? If you can power through it, yes. Absolutely. I picked options as a strategic investment because it's the most dynamic and fun way to learn options. Think about that for a minute. I thought the most dynamic and fun way to learn options was going into margin debt on Robinhood. All right. I'm not going to argue that. Wouldn't spot BTC ECF approval? I don't know. You're the most fun and dynamic way to learn options? Thanks. All right, what do we got going on here? A little bit of put selling, a little bit of call buying. So some push towards the 75. We're getting a little bit more call side interest at 70, 75. 65 still kind of weak. If those calls at 60 are sold, they're going to need to push a little harder to break away from them. Oh shit, Netflix is dumping like a rock. Huh. Hold on, I need to look at something. I still don't have a day trade till tomorrow. But maybe... No, I don't like that. GN at 46.66. Why is that contracting so hard? But call side interest is starting to fall off. Cat moving up to retest VWAP. I think I'll go long with 47.65 here. I like that. I like that. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll do the 70. Hmm. Nope. Netflix do be jumping a little bit. But I'm worried indexes are going to break up. I don't get in until 10 a.m. from a dentist appointment. ATP loaded the 60-minute SPX chart instead of the 1 minute. I thought SPX was ripping. I panicked, sold my put leg exactly at the bottom. Okay, well, at least it was at the bottom. Gherkin dumps like a truck on his mind. Adam Arno was paid exactly 10% of Popcorn's current market cap the past 4 years. Hilarious. Nice. Adam Aaron? Both Tup and Beyond are adjusted, listed as adjusted. What's that about? I have no idea. I think they're like adjusted for dividends, or it's one of the chart settings. Wait, does Spy have it? Yeah, Spy has it too. Fat bullish reversal on Upstart. Nice. That's quite a bit of volume. Back above delta neutral. Yeah, I don't think they had any news, no. Keep an eye on that. Do we have enough momentum to break 4770? I'm not sure. I think it'll maybe pull back a little first. But we are getting out of the money call buying. Dork DMs. Call's not even moving that much on the spike. No, they're not. I think Nvidia's already pulled a Cisco all the 2000s. The last few weeks, SPY was always 102. Now it's closer to 100 to 1. What's the mechanics behind that? Future spreads? This is day 3 of my newest trading strategy. 3 out of 3 days, small positive returns with several trades intraday. Okay, nice. That seems like a specific strategy. Oh. What are Nvidia Greeks? It's like blown way through the top of Gamma Max. Do you think top Jan 19 250 calls are too risky? Probably not. I'd want more theta. I don't think the strike's bad. I would just want more theta on it. Their announcement for their restructuring isn't until the 19th. It does look like the shorts are starting to have kind of a hard time surviving that long, but that's exactly how long they need to survive for. So if the news from their well, if the news on the 19th is super bullish, and their restructuring is going to go great, and they've got all kinds of plans, that could put the shorts in a pretty dangerous position, but it would take, a few days after that for something to happen. So I think the Feb 16s are a little bit better for that reason. Or the restructuring news is nothing burger, and then you got to wait till early Feb, when their earnings report's finally going to be released. Is Upstart doing a squeezy? I think it's like running hard through like the 35 strike. There's probably some covering going on here. Although it may just have been people buying back into the 35 after selling them off yesterday. I'm not particularly sure. It may be covering on bots because Nvidia is actually mooning. Um, Anytime Nvidia is going up, you can kind of expect Upstart to be kind of unstable. Affirm a little bit too. Yeah, Affirm's also running kind of hard. Um, that shared liquidity pool with bots is, well, it's a bigger issue for Affirm and Upstart than it is for Nvidia, but Nvidia longs pressuring the ETF higher can push out the synthetic shorts on the ETF. And while bots is a very small source of liquidity for Nvidia, it's a huge source of liquidity for Upstart and Affirm, and there's a couple other ones. Palantir, I think. It took forever to figure out a strategy that works for my degen capital. It's not a lot for the intraday cash, so I'm pretty stoked about getting a strategy that works for me. Nice. I'll stick to it if it's positive over time. Just discipline. Are they shorting top hard as it ran up this morning? Well, in relation to the amount of covering now, they are pushing back, but I don't know how successful that's going to be. They've been shorting it for several days now while the price is just continuously improved, right? So it's not like a great look. Could we get some perforated lines on ES 4800? We're like a seal in an aquarium bumping up against the glass repeatedly. The lines are already perforated. We're at 4804. So that's neat, right? It's not discipline, it's discipleship at the Church of the Pickle. You're really trying to run with the cult thing, huh? If we ended up with a cool CPI that bulls bite on, and are you gonna roll your Vega plays further out, cut and wait, DCA in? I'm definitely not rolling them further out. I have a shitload of theta right now. I don't know. If VIX goes below 12, I might add some more. I think I've got enough. If you've been buying them above VIX 13, that's bad. Previously, you said you'd be happy with 250. What's your current PT for top? I mean, I'd still be pretty happy with 250. um, it's heavily shorted. I don't know where, like, I mean, like, the options chain doesn't give you any indication of where it could run, given how large the short position is. It could just go and go and go. So it's very hard to say where the top would be. Gamma max isn't really very useful there. It's just where it's because the price is so low. It's just at the concentration of the highest OI, which is at $2. Legit, I'm not kidding. Some popcorn ape has been making videos on the stock's fundamentals. He has a glass eye. Whoa, hold on. All of the greatest market seers have fucked up eyes. He has no depth to understand why the stock keeps hitting new lows. Depth perception is a problem for the one-eyed stock pickers. Why is it so hard to touch 4770? Because of 4800 on futures. Who? Tom Lee? Well, I mean, like Lee, Burry, Munger. Munger had one eyeball. See, Tom Lee's not a real market seer. He's just got a kooky eye. Kind of just like you got one eye looking here and the other one's kind of like over there. You know? Burry and Munger, true market seers, one eyeball. If I poke myself in the eye, will I become a better trader? No. No, it has to happen. It has to happen naturally. It's the third eye. What happened to Netflix? Just a hard rejection? Yeah, yeah. You know, it broke down from the trend. Maybe I'll buy a weekly on it. Greedy. Yeah, it's a bit greedy. They have any news? When's their earnings? Don't they have earnings coming up? I don't want to get fucked here. Earnings is on the 23rd. No, they broke right down through the fucking trend there. I'll grab a couple of these. Jan 12, Jan 19. fucking break up already. I will say that the bulls are really trying very hard to push this higher. Ooh. The market's gonna break up and I'm gonna have bought the exact bottom of Netflix. It's gonna be magical. I guess I'll slap some risk on it. We're at 77. You can do it, bulls. Some days port number 9 shows green, and I get a chuckle because all I have in there is GME and rad CQ leap calls. Do I hear you see SPX break up? I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to play here. $60. It's a little more reasonable. $480. If I buy a call, it will straight to 47.60. It's a little bit of a struggle here, and not a whole lot of vol shorting coming in, which is a bit problematic. How's Cat doing with its test? Well, it's still kind of being a little bitch. All right. VIX is at 1270. How much vol is there left to short? I mean, a little bit. They could short it again. That's riskier, obviously, but like the 75 ramp is a bit stronger. And like incoming options are pretty bullish. So they're pushing back pretty hard. It's just there's quite a bit of resistance at like this ES 4805 level. I think it's mostly on the future side. I don't really think anything's fighting back against them on the SPX side of things. Russell's recovering, so we're starting to pick up some breadth. I mean, not a lot, but RSP is starting to move up. Tech is pulled ahead a bit. Dow's up. VIX is down. VIX 3-month is down. Yields are kind of flat, though. Just want to make sure I have enough range on this. I don't want to get fucking stopped out too early. So the buyers are definitely the upside. How low can Netflix go? Given enough time? Pretty low, honestly. If it breaks down through gamma neutral, which is at like 465 right now, it's got about $20 more range below that to DN. So I think delta neutral's at like $30 of range. So 466 down to 430. And then if it breaks under delta neutral, it could really tank. It's been a very long time since Netflix has gone below DN. I think the last time we saw it there was like October 18th, and then the next morning it opened above gamma delta neutral, and it hasn't been below delta neutral since. So but there does tend to be a little bit of a bearish lean into their earnings, at least over the last couple of years. What's your end of day SPX prediction? Oh, I think we'll probably end up closing somewhere between 47.50 and 75. It's about as narrow as I could get it this early. I think I'm going to move my stop up on this. Because this is either going to break up or it's going to fail pretty hard, I think, at this point. So I think we get a break up above 47.70 in the next couple of minutes. Or like retest 70 in the next couple of minutes. And then I think Like 5 to 10 minutes after that, we move a little higher. 10 to 15 minutes after that, we move a little higher. And then that might be all of the bullish momentum spent at that point. How much Vega do you typically look for on your Vega plays? A multiplier of 2 or greater is nice. The higher the Vega, the more sensitive it is to implied volatility. Fuck. Okay, I might need to loosen this just a little. Oh, smart. MM's fucking digging for money. Bastards. Jesus fucking Christ. All the way back to 60? What the fuck is going on? There's no call selling, it's just futures. It's not even that much futures volume. Liquidity PP? Yeah. I think it'll bounce, but it's still like, Jesus fucking Christ. That was a lot more range than I thought it would get. Hmm. God damn it. Well, I thought the opposite way of where I wanted it to go. More bullish now? Not yet. I bought a NVIDIA 500p for Feb, so I think it will rip to 1,000 now. Okay, nice. Any signs of de-risking? I don't know. Futures selling off a little bit, but I don't see any big moves in puts. Usually when we see de-risking, not only is the vol spike a lot sharper, but you see a lot of puts bought. I'm at my 10K goal for the week. I have 2 days to lose it all now. Nice. It was just less participants going, I want to make the market because I'm an idiot clown gambler, dumbass. Okay, we're buying the bounce. There's a little bit of resistance right here. If we clear 65, we should start to fill the gaps. I hate it when future sellers decide to step in and fuck everything up. If this bounces back to 70, that would be cool. I think it will. I think we started to get like a little stop loss hunt out of the MM, and then future sellers just piled into it. I'm gonna need SPX to hit 4,000 by the end of the month. Okay, thanks. Unlikely. He meant to say 5,000. Also unlikely. All right, bulls should push harder here if they didn't get stopped out too much. Really? All right, so the shorter time frame liquidity move was well, not bullish. But the longer time frame one seems to still be. We still got about 10, 15 minutes on that one. So, although I will say that was an impressive dump. What do you think the near future is looking like for top? More slow grind up. I don't know. The shorts like above $2, the shorts are starting to get like buried, right? We're gonna start carrying a lot of overnight risk. So I mean I'm sure the goal here is to keep it closing below 2. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but that should be the goal. Hard. They're definitely even with the little bit of covering they did today, they didn't get very much liquidity. But as long as there's no significant demand in the underlying, like it doesn't do something like break 250, I don't think the shorts have to worry that much. If it breaks 250, then the MM's gonna create a stronger demand in the underlying, and that could fuck things up. But for now, relatively stable. But if more covering comes in, they're gonna need to do more to stabilize the price. Netflix doing anything weird? No. Pretty relaxed. Cat's kind of bouncing back. A little bit of resistance at 65. See if we break back up through that. How bearish is Tesla looking after the 235 rejection? I don't know how many times I need to say this, so I'll say it again. Don't talk to me about Tesla until it's below 230. Plus or premium trading view? I don't know. I have the pro one, I think. Whatever the top one is. Uh but I just buy it every year on Black Friday. I don't think you need it. But they keep taking away shit from the free version. I mean, I used the free version for years. It wasn't until like I started doing this and I needed to like have a lot of active charts that I upgraded it. But I don't know what they've taken away from the free version over the last 2 years. I just know it's gotten worse. Is the Neo play dead at this point, or good opportunity to reposition? It's not a play. It's like a buy and hold. The play part of it was like the breakout above the 200 MA, which quickly died. So the lower it goes, the better. TV won't let me add any more charts. My account's grandfathered in, and now only one indicator. Ew. When Nvidia go down, I don't know. We'll probably start to see an accumulation of sold calls at 550. Just because of the psychological level, but it may take a while for it to go down, and then it can always squeeze those out. So, god damn it. Yeah, it's not. It's not really a bear flag. Um, like the bear flag portion of this kind of looks more like a reversal than it does a bear flag. For whoever asked about that. Options interest is kind of flat, low volume. A little bit of calls selling off at 47.50. Okay, that's all right. So the longer term momentum is starting to turn positive. Very fucking slowly. Man, there's very little volume. I mean, bulls are trying to push it up, but they're not backing it with a ton of volume yet. Maybe we'll see more in a little bit here. We're above like 4802, so we're still struggling a lot with the futures. It's still consolidating there too. It's not, yeah, it's not so much 65. Like bulls definitely have the advantage on the SPX chain. Um, but futures sellers don't seem to want it to go much higher than 4800. We keep slapping it back down. Oh god, then the 550s will get squeezed and we'll hit 575 and Nvidia will be larger than Europe's GDP. Do you even have a position on Nvidia? I'm thinking about re-entering a BKNG short position here. It might be too soon for that. That one was fun though, the last time. I remember you saying Lulu looked like a good short if it broke below 485. Choo, choo, choo. Yeah, it's starting to. I mean, you want to look for support in this range. But this would be a decent time to consider accumulating some short positions. A little hard to define risk because it's kind of wide, but I would say there's probably like about $10 risk on an entry here. Or you could wait for another break, like another test of 80, enter there and have like tighter risk at well, like 83. Fill the gap. That fill? No, that filled it, right? Yeah. Man, SPX on the longer term time frames is really starting to look like shit. Ooh. Momentum pulled back a little bit on the gap fill there. Hold on, I'm just trying to see where this is headed because it's so contested on the future side. Bulls are picking up a few more calls. Was Nvidia wiking off the last several months and we didn't want to see it? No, I don't think so. I think Nvidia still looks like largely distributive. It's just found a higher high. Sometimes this actually marks the end of the distribution, or well, at least the apex of it. It's called like what's the name of it? I can't remember the Wyckoff shit. Upthrust after distribution. So it's like the distributional opposite of the spring. So it kind of tests like a new extreme price level, fails to find buyers, and then collapses. Why is it so much work just to push up? Jesus fucking Christ. Do we have data coming up soon? I don't think we have any data for like another fucking hour. The 17-week auction's over. Yeah, we don't have anything. We don't have anything till 1 o'clock. Yeah, the auction's at 1 though. Like this is when bulls should be pushing their ramp. Not waiting till the fucking auction to do it. It's not like the 10-year is gonna be super favorable. I think 4760 calls will give up soon. This is looking more bearish now. I'm not sure the 4760 calls are long. But no, I don't think they're going anywhere. And when are you gonna cut those calls? When they make me some fucking money? Bad cat. Gurk, hit it with a stick. I can't stop Dow from being a piece of shit today. Blame Boeing. CPI hot, cold movement. Uh, cool. I don't think it'll be cold, but a cool CPI we could see 4790, 4800. Hot, maybe 4725. The expectation for CPI is already pretty mixed, so I think a lot of it's going to be hedged off. Okay, there we go. That's better. No, it's not good enough. We need to break this resistance, fill the gap, and punch up through 4670. The fact that we got a lower high here is just a fucking embarrassment. Are you taunting the bulls to make your calls print again? I don't know why they're so shitty at their job. I mean, stocks only go up, and their job's to make them go up faster. It's not a year and a half. It's like 3 months. The best TA. What's Tup doing? Alright, that's not too bad. Netflix is gonna turn around hard on this, isn't it? And try to fuck me. QQQ? Okay, QQQ is getting a little bit of strength. Still resistance on futures, though. Alright. Puts an SPX at 70. I mean, the ramp they have goes up to 75. It's weaker than the last time we were up here, but maybe future sellers are too. I will say there does appear to be more call buyers playing the breakout of 75 now. So a little bit of increased call interest to the upside of the 75 strike. But the ramp from 65 to 75 is not as strong. My boss was talking to me as I was discreetly refreshing my sell order. I got out of my calls at a profit, even if it wasn't the top. Well, that works. If I don't get 30%, I think I'm going to be pretty pissed off. Yeah. Hmm. Less volume on the future sellers this time. Oh, fuck. Mm, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Auction sale might get spicy. Maybe. Yeah. Is this one of the days where it's best to take a break and come back for CPI tomorrow? Sure, there's an argument for that. I don't know. The future selling is erratic. Makes it hard to track momentum, but there's still a lot of upside positioning that is unlikely to be abandoned. Yeah, the future sellers are being really big bitches. It makes sense that they don't want it to break out before the auction, or at least maintain some control of their short positioning. But I think this one's seeing a little bit of de-risking, so it's hard to say which is which on such small moves. Like there's some puts bought to close there, but not well bought puts there. I don't think they're long. So you have a bit of both. Like the longer term trend is probably becoming more and more bearish day by day. Um, but the near term positioning still demands a push to the upside. I sold my SVX call, Gherk. I'm sorry. $10 is $10. Cat will be my upside hedge today. Yeah, I guess bulls are kind of skittish, or at least you guys seem to be. I don't see too much move in the ramp, but there was a lot of tight stops because of the sell-off earlier spooked them. It is boring. Although if there was some more volume on these pushes to the downside, we'd probably drop like a rock. Is it risk averse to roll my cat spread for Friday? Two 290 292.50 297.50 into my 29,300 I have for next Friday. You could do that. Would upstart see some strong upside move if CPI comes in cold? It could, yeah. Yeah. If there may be some demand there based on rate expectations or rate cut expectations increasing. They are a beneficiary of that, so Sometime this fucking month, bulls. Jesus Christ. Okay, that was a nice put sale. They should have enough. They should have enough vol here to short for a breakup. We're pulling away from 65 a bit. Futures are still fucking just stuck. Okay. Ooh, little bullish volume on futures there. Fuck. I bought my callback because I love churning settled cash. I say, when I went to the bathroom, I was -4. In the bathroom, I was -16. Once I got out, I was back at break even, but now I'm at -20. Nice. I got out of my calls with a very minimal profit. I think I'll wait and buy puts around 47.70, 75. If we test 47.70 or 75, that's still questionable. Is Beyond ever gonna go for it? Finally seeing a bit of life today. I don't think, not yet. I know they have a bunch of FTDs next week. That might drive a little bit of volatility, but SLD might sell off too. Well, it depends on if we're above gamma neutral or below it by then. Support here. Hmm. Do you think SPX greater than 4,800 by 216 is optimistic? I mean, we could hit 4,800 tomorrow if CPI is cool. I would say the odds of it being cool are kind of low, but we could. sit through another one of these fucking things. The shakeout here is unbelievable. When Netflix drop like a rock, let's go. Below 46.66 or 466 rather. Just once. Don't fill the fucking downside gap. Uh there's no money. They've got all this fresh vol to short though. I know, I see them. It's okay. Your Netflix puts up 3%. Woo. The stream is an ad for mixtape. Now that's what I call Chop Volume 69. It's very polarized Chop though, because it has a very high chance of breaking up or down. One might even call it consolidation. Advanced Chop. Is there one thing I've learned about SCX today? It's that it likes to be within $1 of 47.65. The real lesson today is futures does not want to be above 48.05 ever. Do you think there's going to be a significant downturn in the market Q1? If CPI is hot and the Fed doesn't project any rate cuts in the first half of the year, then yeah, I would say we would need to see a decent correction. Especially guidance. Guidance will be big this quarter. See, we're moving from like we're moving from a period of like a strong consumer and revenue growth, which we saw last year, right? With people just spending like crazy, especially on the back of like the big like upside in the asset bubbles, like in July and now, what, from like November to now, into a period of like profits from cost cutting, like profits going up because of cost cutting. And this is, this is less durable, right? And not nearly as bullish. So it's really going to depend on largely on how investors feel about that. Um, Usually investors don't like, you know, profit increases due to cost cutting, especially if that cost cutting is going to diminish forward sales, right? Later, Lawrence. How funny was the fake SEC BTC ETF approval yesterday? It was kind of comical. Surely a breakout this time. Yeah, or more chop. Because it seems to be the name of the game. Very near term momentum's turning up a little bit, but not enough volume for it to turn up in the longer term. And we're still kind of, our downside's still kind of slippery, which I don't like. Although we continue to pressure 4,800 on futures, and the sell volume on the upside tests is diminishing a bit. So it feels like one of those days where it's cheap, out of the money directional, maybe a spread pays off later in the day. I probably would have taken a debit spread today, but I don't have any well, at least on here I don't have any I don't have any day trades left on the margin account. I don't think. Do I? No, I don't. I think I get them back starting tomorrow. Yeah. But yeah, a debit spread would be a better way to play this kind of like choppy price action than straight up directional calls or puts, because they're just gonna get their theta fucking burned up. Could we see USD JPY hit 155 this cycle? If the Fed's not going to cut, yes. Wage growth fell off pretty hard for Japan in the last report, and that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to move to a positive rate. I don't know if we'll see 55, but I would say we could definitely see 50. It really depends on how hard like banks lean into the carry trade if we see like another period of contracting like financial conditions. How much theta do you usually get for overnight straddles for CPI? Usually not much, because I generally expect CPI to have a big move. So like 1 or 2 days. No. I don't get a lot of theta for CPI. Opposite. When you expect like large short-term moves, it's better to have less theta on your straddle than more. I thought you would get more to avoid IV crash. Doesn't matter if your option goes in the money. Like, you lose out on the put leg a bit, but unless the outcome of CPI is flat, then yeah, you usually want less. Sometimes I'll just do 2. Like, I'll do like a longer, like I'll do like my usual like 3 to 5 DTE, and then I'll open like a 1 DTE on top of that. Or a 0 DTE in the morning session, so you don't eat up so much. But those can be more difficult liquidity-wise. CPI cool, we go up. CPI hot, we go up to de-risk. No, I think CPI hot, we're up enough to de-risk. I don't think hot CPI is going to give us a lot of upside range. I don't think we have a lot of upside range anyway. Like, above 75, there's very little liquidity. Which is an effect we're feeling now already, and we're not even above 75 yet. But above 75, it's even lower. Come on, bulls. Test number 4. You've got to have worn the fucking sellers down a little bit. Jesus H. Christ. Go. No, more volume. Push it, you fucks. Hear me out. CPI hot, de-risk. CPI flat or cool, re-risk. I don't know if we'd see a lot more risk on come in. Short vol is still really overextended. Like, it'd have to be really cool. Like, ice cold, like 0 month over month. I could see 0.1 getting us to like 4,800 maybe. But I think the only way we see like all-time highs is if we hit like 0% month over month. And that's only if core is like softer, right? Or we get like negative. If we saw this is like less than like a 2% chance. But if we got negative month over month, then we could see the market rocket. Didn't you mention something a few weeks back about bulls needing retail to exit money market accounts and buy their bags? Yeah, but we haven't seen any contraction. Like, we haven't seen any drop off in money market flows. There's still an excess of equity flows. Have they made any adjustments to how CPI is being calculated recently? The last big one was the healthcare costs. And the base calculation for that's not going to change until May. But when it does, it'll push inflation higher. Good. Fuck the Bulls. No, not right now. Cheering for the Bulls right now. Then fuck the Bulls after we test 4770. Current CPI actually only measures GME CC premiums. That's great. Holy shit. Oh, they're trying so hard. Why do I get the feeling they're gonna fuck this up? There's the future sellers, and now push through it. Just push. Ah, oh, you fucking wieners. No, no. Not yet. We've wasted hundreds of millions on dumber things. Do you think TUP can run this week? It started to, right? So sure. They're shorting it now, and the price is going up again. So they're trying not to let it run. They covered this morning. Now they're shorting the liquidity that they covered at a slightly higher price, but the price of the underlying isn't going down. Well, at least not much. So more of the same, I guess, but in a slightly higher range today. Technically, since last Friday, we're up 16%, and they've done nothing but short it. Oh my god. We bounced on trend without dipping below at $5. This is it. This is the bull parade. You can do it, bulls. Profitability. Woo, support at 4,800. Let's go. I don't even want anything crazy. I just want like a test of, I don't know. It's like a test of 48 and 19. Maybe any of that. I'd be happy with a test of 48-15. 48-15 fail. That'd be good, right? Well, even, yeah, 48-14-15. Yeah. 75 and fail. That's okay. I expect CPI to be flat at a minimum. So I think point 0.2. But I would say that the consensus estimate leans a little hotter, and my expectations about like 2.5, 2.5 to 2.7. But at a minimum, point 0.2. And this would give us like three year over year. And then I think core is a little cooler. So I think we see like month over month core, I think we see 3, but I think year over year like 3.8. If core comes in at 3.9, that's really bearish though. Higher than 3.8's bearish. Let's say that. I just talked to a future seller. He said his future seller, he is privy to CPI from the future. He said 10% year over year. He's telegraphed that via 4,800 selling, but nobody is getting it. I won't bring it up anymore. Bring what up anymore? You didn't say anything. Zillion? What the fuck is that? I don't think if warm we crater, but maybe we see like Fed Fund futures trim down a little, which could, push us below gamma neutral, and then that could set off a chain of events. Imagine being a bull and you're losing to other bulls. There's no bears, right? Like no one's like buying puts right now. It's just fucking just bulls, just selling too many puts, being stupid. Okay, that's cool. That was a terrible fucking signal. Um, Are bulls beating futures traders yet? If they keep finding support at 4,800, yes. Although higher would be better. I'd say we're getting kind of close to breaking out one way or the other. Like either the sellers are gonna win here and bulls are gonna give up, or they're gonna power through it. They've pushed so fucking hard at this point that it's just insane that they fucking are still losing. They wicked my stop. Yeah, the you gotta watch out for those call sellers. Why aren't they just shorting the piss out of Vol right now? I think I'm done with SPX. Chop is no fun, and I bleed from 1,000 cuts. You need to have more risk tolerance to play price action like this, or extremely good entries. Maybe because collateral sucks ass today. It's not that fucking bad. Dollar's down. You can always lean into the carry trade. They are leaning into the carry trade. I think the problem here is they're just keeping like vol flat, but they're not really gaining any ground on it. Yeah, I know. I saw USD JPY at like 5 a.m. when I fell asleep. It was already moving. For days like today, is it better to do quick in and out scalps, focusing on the best entry possible? It's probably better to sell a condor and go back to bed. Or you could just be really belligerent like me and overhold calls until they print. Don't you do it. Nope. Keep going. You fucking fucks. Oh, yes, is so close to either getting rejected or actually breaking out. Oh. Hmm. I mean, a lot of this is like jockeying for position going into the auction, right? That way, if the auction is bad, there's plenty of time to get out of calls. You frequently see this behavior on whoever has like, from whatever side has more control going into like a large macro event. Is you'll see calls or puts like try to get as much of their positioning in the money prior to the print, right? Because then, you know, if they get a continuation, they're already way ahead and the other side squeezes out and you get a big fat move. Yeah, auctions in 27 minutes. I look at June Vega position on QQQ, the odd strike, old number before dividend. It's like 25K volume, and now no even strike has 1K vol. Better play the old chain with higher vol, right? You mean OI or volume? It's better to play the one with the tighter spread, frankly. Also, remember when playing Vega positions on QQQ that volatility is already a little elevated there. Are we squeezing some sold calls right now? Maybe. They're not downpricing the call on the dip here. And they were definitely selling this call earlier, like assholes. You see these big fucking wicks on this? This is from people selling the strike. Like they've been selling the fuck out of it, and now it's almost in the money. Can I get a yes/no contract on if the auction is going to happen? Well, like the treasury is just gonna cancel it? No. My 4790? Oh Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're never going in the money. You have a 0 DTE 4790? They're cheap because everyone was selling the fuck out of them. But I would say like the 75-80 spread would have been safer. Spot up, vol up. Not in the money, just looking for a pop. Gonna need a big one. Hmm. Odds the auction is bearish, greater than yesterday's. What's spot on the 10-year? 4.019. Prior was 4 point 4.296. Yeah, there's a chance we see a tail on it, I think. If this breaks higher, I'm going to reduce a little exposure to the auction itself. Very close. Nice. All right, I got my 30% on two of them. 26%. And then I'll set a stop at like 5:30. That's 40. Sock God, Jesus Christ, what a fucking... Alright, I'm out. Yep, I'm not dealing with any more chop. So 30, 26, 26. The last one filled at... Netflix is fine. What did I get on the last fill? 540. Okay. So not too bad. Not worth it, but not too bad. It's way too much aggravation. Yeah. Well, now everyone's taking fucking profits, right? That's why I put the limit sell in. Because now all the same people who were in that position holding fucking calls that whole time are gonna want to get profits before the auction. I'm impressed you held that long. I mean, the upside move was supported by the data at least. Netflix doesn't bug you with the march up. No, not really. What do you mean by tail? So when the auction begins, right? You have the spot price of whatever the contract is. Right now it's like 4.019. Now, if at the auction bidders are unwilling to accept that yield, the yield at auction could go up, right? And if the yield at auction, like the high yield, is like let's say it's like 4.079, right? That implies that there's not liquid demand for the current spot price of the bond, and the price of the bond goes down and the yield goes up. I have puts already. I have puts from my straddle last night. So I don't want to get more puts than that. But I think there's a good chance those are at 60. There's like a good chance those are gonna go in the money. Today wasn't a great day for the straddle. Low yield returns, and I need the other side to print, so yeah, essentially no bids, and then the treasury bumps the yields, and then they see if there's bids, and so on and so forth until they sell what they can. That would explain why straddle is down so much. Why do I feel like? Do you have a straddle? Because I know you, and I feel like when you say straddle, you mean strangle. Because the upside of your straddle should have printed this morning if you took a straddle yesterday. So you moved up into market open. That's right. Yeah, strangles aren't good when IVs are really low like this. I'm at 47.60 on the straddle. So I need this to drop more. I was kind of expecting us to move up into the auction, which we did a little bit, just not very much. Like we've only gotten like 25 BPS today, with 30 at the peak. And then I expected the auction to be kind of shitty, and the liquidity is already really bad. So I think like second half of the day we can pull back a little bit, maybe back towards gamma neutral, which like the weekly gamma neutral, which is at I think it's a little lower today, 40 something. Where was it? Yeah, it's 46. So hopefully the short side of the straddle does well. Otherwise, we're going to test 75 and then chop between 65 and 75 for the rest of the day, probably. The 10-year is a big deal, though. Why are spreads so bad on Jan 2025 VXX ADCs? Because nobody wants them but you. I sold the call when we dipped to 47.65, so now it's just a put. Fair enough. That's mean. No, it's not. Mm. Hmm. Delta is falling off Netflix ever so slowly. Either this is gonna tank or it's gonna pop. We've consolidated so fucking hard. I mean, I could see something like yesterday happening where we like test 75 and then fail. Because there's not, I mean, there's a little bit of there's a little more call buying above the high strike than there was yesterday, but not much. Don't worry, Greg. Daddy K is here. You can start the stream now. Did you get a new job or something? How low do you think Neo can go? All right, I can answer that. It's testing delta neutral right now. Historically, it doesn't fall very far below that. So I would say it's likely to start finding some support now, but within maybe give it like a oh, I don't fucking know, like a 12% range below that. DN is at 750. So and it's currently trading at what the fuck is it? 734. So I would say like 650 to 680 could be the low, provided the market doesn't fall off a cliff. I mean, part of what's been going on here is HSI has been just fucking plummeting. So that's a consideration also. Fuck yeah, dude. Jen loves it when I call myself Daddy K. What are you doing now, Carl? Trader Joe's? If the auction prints a tail, how much of a pullback could we see? 60? If 60 breaks, 50 to 46. Funny enough, their sister company, Aldi? You're working at Aldi's? Like corporate? Aren't they in Europe? Oh my god, Carl, you need to get me the fucking ice cream sandwich hookup. Daddy K's back at groceries. Aldi Corporate America, 10 minutes from my house. Stop doxing yourself. Oh God, you live right next to Bob. I've actually heard good things about them. I know someone who used to work on their legal team, and he loved his fucking job. That's okay. I live within 1,000 miles of JFresh. Same state too. I know where Carl lives now. What do I do with this info? See if you can stir his testosterone back up. I don't know. Mrs. Carl won't like that. She's very possessive. Of you or him? Both. Both. She requires a lot of satisfaction. Go check every house in Western Chicago suburbs. I'll be in mine. I mean, Carl, I think you're forgetting that it's not that hard to identify you. You just need to look for a redhead on a rascal scooter chugging bottles of wine and throwing them into the road. Fuck yeah, no shame here. That sounds like both Jay Fresh and Carl. Gherk has a type. Yeah, I'm into slightly overweight redheads with big bushy beards. Maybe we just have a disproportionate number of those in the pickle jar and it's not my fault at all. Kirk likes them thick ginger nerds. I had a very interesting conversation with a real estate guy. A bunch of his friends made it big in '08, cross collateralizing commercial real estate with people's houses, and they're doing it again. Awesome. That's the kind of thing I love to hear. If common sense won't break the system, greed will. Gherkin attracts redheaded stepchildren. Hashtag not a serial killer. Exactly. 4 minutes till the auction. That's right, Dork. You're a bond shell. Go Gurk, but the liquidity. The bulls don't care. They'll steal their fucking sister's money. Being criticized in hindsight. And you. The bull's low T is about to be realized as low tail. I'm gonna check the only thing that matters today, Dork. Oh, fuck. Hold on. No, I'm gonna miss the auction because I have to go find my phone. Goddamn 2FA. All right. What was the tail? High yield 4.024. So 5-point tail. Sells 37 billion. Awards 44% at high. Primary dealers take 15. 18.74 on direct. 66.1 on indirect. Bid to covers 2.56. So a little bit of a tail. Not huge, but a little bit of one. Let's see if we just clear out the call interest up here. And then fail. That's definitely a possibility. Might get a little bit of chop in the 70-75 range. But I think the call side here can distribute out and then drop. So careful buying additional upside, but if you're already in some upside positions, yeah, I'm gonna that got realized pretty fucking quickly. Yeah, a little overextended here at the peak. I got my pop. Nice, dude. Did you get out on it? Fucking trying to scalp gamma on 0DTs. You be careful with that shit, man. It's a good way to blow up a lot of money. Puts soon? Arguably less risk than calls here. What was that? Hmm. That's just kind of greedy, right? Maybe the 60, but later. That's too much money. Yeah, wait. End of day today could be interesting going into CPI. I think I'll hold off till then. I don't really want to. There's some downside here to play, but under 60 is risky. Vol is picking up a bit though. How are yields doing? Yields at the top end of the curve are moving up. Dollars moving up. The net effect here should be slightly bearish. But do I play 50 points into fucking... That's a big move down. I've already got puts at 60. Yeah, I'm not going to fuck with it, but I am going to close this cat position before it slips underwater. All right. Huh. Well, what price did you cut your Netflix put? Let's see, 2 weeks. If it moved back above 80, otherwise I'm not overly concerned. Seems like bear time, yeah. They might fight for VIX 13 though, so be careful of that. I think if we lose 60, this is where it matters, not here. But if we lose 60, we could test GN, which is like down here. QQQ should be a little bit more interest rate sensitive. Keep an eye on that for maybe momentum. Yeah, there was a tail, but it was tiny. Would one sell a 47.75, 70.80 call credit here? I feel like you missed that window. That would have been... The risk reward on that would have been worth it there. Here, no. I don't think so. We may get another bounce. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some food real quick. see how we're looking. So still a little bit of stability here, but I think the call positioning is still breaking down. At least on the 0 GTE side. V what? They barely moved. There's not a ton of range here. Still a lot of calls at 70, 75 though that need to either shed or we need to see more sold calls come in. Interesting. There's a little bit of put selling. I mean, they're trying to keep vol off of 13, so we expected that. Hmm. Auction was a nothing burger. I mean, it had a tail. It's a small auction. Can you explain how you analyze auction results? I mean, first you're looking for like the bid to cover. Higher ratios suggest stronger demand. Lower ratios suggest lower demand. Then the yield, which is generally kind of indicative of where the bid to cover falls. But you know, if yield moves up from spot, you know, there's less liquid demand. Down from spot means there's more liquid demand and higher confidence in purchasing the debt. Then you would look to like indirect, direct, and bidders and primary dealers and see how much of the illiquidity in the auction or liquidity in the auction is being either sapped up by indirect bidders, which are like largely foreign investors. And you know, a good indirect bid shows like a high degree of confidence in the in that particular US debt instrument, right? But if indirect bids and direct bids being domestic bids, are lighter and more of the auction is shunted off onto the primary dealers who are obligated to bid,
That's a sign that there's not a lot of faith in either the instrument or the market, depending on how big the tail is. Then you can compare that with previous auctions over time. Can you clip that? No, I think you can. It was pretty short, right? It's hard for me to clip short periods of time like that. But you should be able to, if you clip it and throw it in clips tags, I'll throw it in the announcements channel later. Or if someone does. Range bound into tomorrow's data. Well, they seem to be a lot more confident with shorting vol right now. So possibly. Really trying to push us back off of that 13 mark. Delta's not really increasing much though. So yeah, I would say, you know what? No. Not range bound at this level. I think we would retreat a bit and then range bound a little lower. Range bound closer to 60 makes sense. A tail is the high bid at auction compared to the spot entering auction. So spot yield going into the auction. And so if spot yield is less than the high, that's a tail. And then how big the tail is tells you how much illiquidity is there. And then if spot yield is lower than or equal to the high yield, or greater than or equal to the high yield, then that would infer that there's lots of liquid interest in the bond. School of Stock should just be a compilation of those clips. Maybe. I'd have to find someone willing to go sit down and scrub through hundreds of thousands of hours of stream. Tens. Spoofing's a strong word. SPX 4795C, a good play for a possible test of 4830 on ES. Yes, but it's really only viable if CPI is cool. Otherwise, I don't really think there's enough liquidity in that range for us to move substantially higher. Sorry, small sneezing fit. Where was I? Having ramen delivered, spicy tonkatsu, extra egg. Ooh, with the broth. I've never had that happen before. It was disgusting. Spoofing has a connotation of being a higher frequency. A higher frequency placing and pulling of the order. It's also illegal. I'm sure that they were just slightly undecided about their positioning. One egg's always half an egg, and you're right, it's never enough. I ended my 72-hour fast with 4 burger patties, 2 sunny side up eggs, and 6 slices of bacon. So you're going for the for the really thin guy with clogged arteries diet? I'm down 30 pounds on keto in the last 2 months. Keto's okay. It's got a lot of issues. The biggest problem with keto is you tend to lose a lot of weight really fast, and most of that's just due to water. Then when you actually get into ketosis, if you're not like monitoring it really carefully, you can damage your kidneys. Why does lead paint taste sweet? I think lead tastes sweet. I don't know why though. Maybe like lead oxide is sweet. Most people think that they're in ketosis or not at all. Well, in their defense, there's a lot of things like bread that's like, this is great for keto. It's your body's way of telling you that lead is a high energy food. I've lost 50 pounds in 4 months from running strength training 5 to 6 times a week and not eating past 7 p.m. That's good. So you burn a lot of fat when you're sleeping. keep your glycemic index low into your bedtime. Did keto for 3 years? That's very, like, on and off, or solidly? That's really dangerous unless you have like epilepsy or something and you Jesus fucking Christ. Your kidneys must look like Swiss cheese. My girlfriend wants to spend 150 to 200K on a wedding. What do? Tell her dad to pay for it? If he doesn't, leave her. I tried keto, but apparently Twizzlers and bagels aren't carb free. It's really hard to stay in keto acidosis for 3 years. Tell her that's super dumb. Pay for her or you don't love her. That's horseshit. Why do keto when you can limit caloric intake to 2/3 of your recommended amount? That requires using a calculator, dork. People are bad at math. Of course, love is conditional. There's no such thing as unconditional love. Maybe a parent for a child, but not two grown fucking adults. And even then, there's conditions, right? Like, oh, fuck off. There is no God. Prove it. It's just because a child can't do anything that bad. I only say that because I've seen like parents of serial killers be like, but he was a great kid. We still love him. He was so good at skinning cats as a toddler. Wanting a 100K wedding is the reddest of flags. Run fast and run hard. Weddings are not cheap. Yeah, they are. They're like $35. She's not $200,000 wedding hot. $100K isn't that extravagant? It's more extravagant than a legal document signing needs to be. You can have a wedding at the local jail for the cost of the marriage certificate and have a judge declare you married. Yep. A, she's an attention horse. Oh, what? She's gonna want that budget forever. She has no empathy for other people's positions. I could keep going. You could. Pay the 200K, but sign a prenup saying if you get divorced, she owes you 200K. Just charge her interest. Like, make her pay off the wedding over the years you're married with interest at the current rate. Like, lock her in at the 5.33% yield. I predict a breakdown in 17 minutes. A little sooner than that, but close. Bigger breakdown in like should be in like 30 to 45. Although all of that could just get hung up at 65 or 60 again. No option to refinance? Are you kidding me? Variable rate, maybe. We'll split the wedding, of course. She's got a huge family. 200 people are coming from her side. Ugh. I guess 75 to 100. Oh, okay. So it's a whole. Yeah, I get it. That's different. You didn't say you were a Sikh. So that's. Yeah, those weddings are fucking crazy. The elephant bill alone is out of control. Hopefully you get enough money and gifts to make up for the cost of the wedding. Is anybody rich enough to give you a house? Maybe you will come out of it up. That's why when I proposed, I said, will you marry me Thursday? Do you guys process your own options data? Yeah. I'm gonna invite every billionaire possible, and hopefully one shows up, or at least sends presents, right? Just get in touch with their like personal assistants. No, my one of my really good friends in college was I don't think he was Sikh. Hindu? Punjab maybe? His fucking wedding was nuts though. It was like 4 days of just crazy shit. They rented out like an entire resort. There was a fucking camel. There was like 3 elephants. Yeah, well, maybe he wasn't practicing. No, no turban with the little knife. I don't actually know what religion his family was. They never mentioned it. Turban's not mandatory, it's a choice. Oh, okay. Well, I said I wasn't sure. I knew he was Punjabi, but I don't know anything beyond that. I generally don't ask people about their religions because I don't give a shit. Here at Pickle Financial, we usually know what we're talking about. Like and subscribe to learn more. I mean, that's a vote of confidence over like FinTwit. Dirk doesn't care that I'm a pantheist. A what? Oh, Jesus. I don't. You're right, Dork. I'm starting out just sideways. Yeah, it went up $1. Dirk doesn't believe in pants? No, that's... No. Pantheism is the most compatible religion with modern science. Is it? Why do they call it Scientology? What you call nothing, I call God. I mean, it's not that you call nothing God. It's just like, what is it? You like believe that God is in everything and everything is God? Or they are equivalent? God is everything? Yeah. Sounds like the Force. Is MTV Dork a Jedi? Oh god, I hope not. If God existed, what would he think of SPX bulls? I think SPX bulls are proof that God doesn't exist, actually. I believe in ketogenesis. That's not a religion. SPX zero DTs are proof that consciousness is the devil, the root separation between us and God. Ketogenesis is the first book in the Bible of weight loss. I see. I identify as a potato. I know you do, Carl. I've seen the costumes. Gurk's gonna become a pantheist by the end of the day. No, I'm not. Our put's gonna get too cheap. They're selling a lot of them. What if I told you becoming a pantheist comes with a cool hat and a bigger ween? Definitely not gonna sell me on that. We got my Netflix spread. If the indexes fail now, bringing Netflix down to the shadows, remember me. I will. briefly until my option turns green, and then I'll forget. Close to the market maker flipping short anytime soon? No, just not a lot of call interest above 75. Hmm. Really fighting back against the turnaround in momentum here. With the 70 strike, which is kind of interesting. There's nothing I love more than test the high, then bear flag back up to the high. That's my favorite series of events. What's going on with top? It seems to have reversed today's gains. Yeah, it did. Looks like they got a handle on the short, although it's just at its low from the pre-market. Hmm. That didn't take a whole lot of volume. I don't know, maybe some profit taking with the auction. Do you think it's good to be selling the 75.80 here? It was better on the first test. It's probably not terrible. Is it worth the risk reward though? Mm. It's a little low. It's not too bad, but it's a little low. Mid's at about $2. Then why do they pray or go to churches? There's no supernatural, then it wouldn't affect anything. What are you guys on about? Are you guys still doing the religion thing? It's boring. Try to make me sound like some kind of snake whispering wackadoo. Doric, don't belittle your snake whispering skills. Otherwise, I'll get JFresh in here to confirm. Greg, they stole my calls. I have no bags to smog on anyone. I'm sorry to hear that. Is this a meatball? We're all meatballs. Neo bounced. So? I think someone just took some profits on some like $2 calls on top. Its price is pretty volatile. What's religion's afterlife sounds the best to you? What's the one where you're just coming all the time? That one. That BTC ETF spoof yesterday was great. Those leverage guys sure did get wrecked. Looks around nervously. Were you one of them? The Church of Arnold? Yeah, that one. Yes, 2K. Oh, that's not too bad. I mean, it's bad, but it's not too bad. Mormon? No, definitely not. In retaliation today, I over leveraged some MSTR calls so it can happen again. Ah, the real spot Bitcoin ETF. I ain't gonna lie, the Christian afterlife sounds lame. You just like hang out with like angels and dead babies and play music. Lame. I heard there's bocce ball there. Probably not that lame. Hmm. Gold paved roads, good conductor. I love some cold feet. It's not that good of a conductor. Silver roads would be colder. I'm pretty sure hell is just an eternal bear flag. Don't you dare draw that wedge on SPX. Why? You mean this one? Netflix above 480? God damn it. Where are the fucking bulls coming from on this? Yeah. It's fine, I guess. Is it just 75 calls keep getting squeezed out every time we break above it? Um, yeah, I'm not that worried about it. I don't think. Not yet. I should be, but I'm not. Yeah, Netflix has been doing this for like a week now. Ever since like the big sell off, like last what was it, last Tuesday or whatever. Do you prefer SPXS or SQQQ? Neither right now. No, I don't think SPXX. SPXX. Yeah, no, they both suck. Shorting SPXL or TQQQ is far better. Oh yeah, way, way, way better. So about that breakdown, waiting on it. Is that the top? Possibly. I really want to toe ring these 4775s. Oh, sorry. It's the same as life right now, but birds are real. Popcorn Trader, birds are real. Real fake. Ugh. Where could this fall to on a drop? Like 65. That's not very good. 65 with support at 60. 4780s are kind of falling off a little bit here. It's 4775 still the top. There's a little bit of call interest at 80, but it doesn't look like we're getting there. This move up was already pretty grindy. It doesn't look particularly bullish past this point. This is about that 40, 48, 15, 14 range that I talked about earlier. There's some resistance here before, too. I guess we could get more call buying into power hour if we're able to hold. But I don't see that happening a lot yet. VIX is kind of starting to bottom out. Today's been so lame. I liked the breakout earlier. That was fun. I didn't have exposure to this one. So this was less fun, but tip top? No. It's just sitting there. What do you mean? Time to replace the stream with playing Time Crises? I don't know what that is. Good entry for Vega plays with VIX under 13 today. Thinking better to get in before CPI volatility. I mean, I don't need any more than I have. Ooh, we broke up. That's fun. Futures? No, not really. Hmm. Breaking up into what, though? Longer dated positioning? No, not a lot. Still pretty flat up there. Hmm. QQQ? Yes, NQ still has a few more dollars of range to the 1700 test. That's not good. Huh. It has to be like news or something. Reverse repo 679 billion. Well, that was an hour ago. Williams is speaking now. No, Williams speaks at 3:15. Huh, I don't know. There's a little bit of call interest at 80, but almost none at 85. CBOE Bitcoin ETF thing? No, I don't think so. Apple's ripping. Something's got to be driving this, because it sure as fuck isn't the options chain. Oh, that's a big rip. There's no recent news on Apple either. I mean, I think it's just NQ pushing for 1700 or 17,000, but I'm not sure because it's not testing it. I think by 47, 75, 70, 80p or rip or just wait. I'd wait. Vol's starting to pick up. They keep crushing the spikes in Vol. So we tested 48, 21, 50 on futures and then fell back. So just a bit above resistance. Shaking out puts before tomorrow. And maybe, I'm just trying to figure out where they're positioning. Like, what's driving it. There's a decent chunk of futures buying there, but there's very little options interest to support this price. And there's not like a lot of 0 DTE call buying or anything. I'm just starting to see some calls selling here. Maybe they're buying out on Friday. Bitcoin ETFs approved? What? When? For whom? Who's a reliable source on that? Even total get like all expirations, the upside kind of look like shit. Yeah, it looks like they're buying some 4780s on Friday, but not a lot of them. It's a shitload of puts at 65 for Friday, too. I wonder if those are sold. This is the most confusing shit ever. Total dealer delta exposure is dropping and the price is going up. Who would have dare approve it the next day after yesterday's antics, right? So assuming we made a terrible mistake and averaged down puts, okay, where did you buy them? Did hope they magically go into the money tomorrow. That's a big risk. I hate being in the money with my sold spreads. It's annoying. You bought them at 73? I mean, that's not that far off. What strike? I feel like the problem here is more the strike that you targeted than the price you bought them at. I'll go SPY 460p for Feb now or wait until after CPI. 460? Holy fuck. I don't even want to know why you have that. For Feb? I mean, I would wait until after OPEX, probably. Oh, we're so close to the all-time high on SPY. What is it? 479.98. It's like $3. QQQ is starting to lose a little bit of momentum. Holy fuck. Meta went up 4% today? That came out of left field. Tesla's still underperforming. Is 60 off the table? No, unfortunately. It's unlikely, but it's not off the table. You still messing around with HCP? No. I've been out of that since like last summer. Oh, long puts and sold calls getting squeezed? I don't think there are very many long puts. Sold calls maybe, but I doubt it. At least there's not very many of them, so maybe like some zero DTE sold calls are getting squeezed out, but I think we saw more of that earlier than now. They already blew out like the bear call spread, which was what I was targeting earlier with my calls. Have you added to DVN at all as it's bounced around under 50? No. No, I don't think so. If it fell lower, I'd probably put it on drip, but I haven't added to it. Hmm. Some more put selling. Calls are doing nothing on the zero GTE. Tomorrow? A little bit of interest at 90 tomorrow. GN's moving up again today. $4,800's the strongest resistance to the upside. The next strongest is 90. Actually, 85 and 90 are both kind of middling. Hmm. So I guess resistance at 85 is the next one. See if that fails back below. It needs to fail back below 80. Actually, back below 75 to break down. That was a fucking crazy move. What was the move on? The only thing I really see is like there's some like out of the money calls coming in for tomorrow and Friday. Um, a little bit, not a lot at 75, but only a little bit at like 80 and higher. No put positioning yet, really. For there's one big put position at 65, and that seems to be about it on the put side. So it looks like puts got into like the start of a straddle there, and then we kind of blew out the top. So maybe they'll start to reposition later today. Why is Apple going vertical? I have no idea. There's no news on it. At least none that I could find. Barclays downgrades. MKS. Home Depot upgrade. Lululemon raises their forecast? Oh, okay. No Apple downgrade. Well, not for a few weeks. There was one a few weeks ago, I think. Do yoga pants even keep you warm in the winter? I don't know. I don't know how warm yoga pants are. And we have blown out the top side of the options chain super fucking hard. But on what? That's weird. Uh, I mean, much of the breakdown in momentum was reversed already. So, I mean, we need that momentum to turn back around again. That's up 250% from its low a few weeks ago. No, I haven't, but I did. I did buy a chapstick at a Rite Aid 2 days ago, and that might bump their earnings a bit. Holy fuck, why didn't anybody tell me? Where do I get a Dilla GPT? Someone tell me, please. Wait, what? De-risking for the hot till tomorrow. I just want to know what like what why future buyers are coming in and on what. I mean, like, this is a little excessive given where positioning is. I mean, I'm not really like exposed to anything here. I just want to know what's driving it. Isn't CES right now? Okay. The CES usually doesn't have a really big impact on the market. Taco Bell and Apple announced partnership to release AI version of their best-selling meal in Nevada, the Taco Bell chicken quesadilla. I'm glad to see you're driving the growth in that region. It's because I sold my 90, or maybe. Does it ever? I mean, usually, yeah. Usually there's some structure to where the price moves. This lacks structure, which makes me think it'll collapse, but at the same time I want to know what is particularly driving these extremes. Currency devaluation causing a market rally. What even is this? I mean, dollar going down is bullish, but yields aren't dropping, which is kind of strange, right? Like the yields at the top end of the curve are up, but dollar is down. And then we had a tail on the 10-year, but like from a macro standpoint, none of this shit makes sense. And I'm fine with that. I just want to know why everyone's buying the fuck out of the underlying and everything. Like, what the fuck did Apple say to gain $15 billion in market cap? It's like 30 billion in market cap in like a little over an hour. Apple added another camera. Flight to safety. That'd be a flight to quality, not safety. ARK B Bitcoin ETF to start trading tomorrow on CBOE before SEC decision announced. SEC approval expected to be announced after market. Okay, but that's not bullish. Not for markets. Markets don't give a shit about Bitcoin. Bitcoin's worth less than Apple. Apple took away another port and is selling a new dongle for it. I know expert, but 47.93s are high from a few months ago. A few weeks ago. Getting above that before CPI might trick retail into what? Ignoring the inflation print? No, I don't think so. I think part of this is driven to get away from the put positioning at 65, which makes sense, but there's no like options coming in. Like the options kind of fall off after 75. So there's like not a lot of delta driving this, right? So it's good. And you know, it's obviously we're seeing insane runs in the underlying, which, you know, and futures volume, but I don't see any news on anything anywhere. Collapse to where though? I still kind of expect the earlier range, like 75 to 65. If we close in this range, could it collapse overnight? Yeah. It could collapse now, before power hour even. It's also unusual to see this kind of movement before the end of the day when options are cheaper. They're just rotating which Mag 7 companies they're pumping to prop the market. All of the Mag 7 is pumping. Meta's almost up like almost up 5%. No news, nothing, just up. It's like everybody got $30 billion in the last hour. $30 billion for each Mag 7 stock. Metaverse added another camera. JFresh is gonna be so mad. He is, yeah, because Mag 7 was already at like 27% of the S&P. Tesla's down, but it's up from its low. At least Netflix failed back below 80. Hmm. All right, so a little distributive but supportive here. Hmm. No breakdown there yet. I think we could still see one more test at 85. Do they have an impact on markets if Israel loses the genocide case? I think it starts tomorrow. No. They'll just ignore it and keep doing what they're doing. I just received a QB JR1 under desk elliptical to help me get rid of nervous energy while looking at charts. Half the fun is the nervous energy. Why would you want to get rid of it? Stop selling cover calls, you fucking shill pickle, Shilly Shillerton, or Shillissy McShillahan. Wait, what did I sell cover calls on? Oh yeah, I sold a lot of those. It's okay, they're out of the money already. Did I DM you higher and DM you earlier? And I was like, wow, cover calls seem like a really good idea here. Is this about to pump higher? I hate irrational market moves. Could. There's still a chance that, like, we recover on the downside here and test 85 again, so I'd be careful of that. Unless it fails 80. Yeah, even if it fails 80, it could technically still bounce back. He'll be like, selling you goddamn serial shiller. I mean, okay. BB looks like fun. Change my mind. What the fuck is BB? Is it Blackberry? Ugh. So much high frequency trading. I'm fine. My caps lock key broke from the electromagnetic waves given off by Gork Shillery. There's the 85 test. Did Gork just make Dork a lot of money? No. All right, I put a tinfoil hat on my computer. It's better now. Yeah, the drop wasn't propagated by me closing a fuck ton of synthetic longs, Dork. Huh. It was 70%? Hold on. Wait, the rate cut in March dropped. Oh! That makes way more sense. No, I don't think the sound is muted. This is comical. Did they pump too early though? No, I think there's some changes in the FedWatch probabilities. March rate cut moved down to 64 from 70%, and the May rate cut moved 5%. $10%. Bullish? No, not in the longer run, but immediately can change hedging requirements. Oh, I guess they didn't like the tail very much. I wonder what. There's like almost no expectation for a January rate cut right now. I need you to explain how that's bullish. It's the easiest way to put this. It changes hedging requirements on current positioning. Hmm. Last leg up. The prior high was what? 47, 93.10. So they're buying calls? No, it's changing their delta hedging requirements, though. I mentioned cutting losers earlier, right? And that holding losers is a bad idea. And that cutting losers is better, right? I don't know. I think you did. QQQ go burr because there is now more risk. Got it? Yeah, that's roughly about right. Futures is $2 from resistance at 820 48.28, which is the bull confirm. What data is used to generate FedWatch tool probabilities? How legit accurate is this FedWatch tool? It uses the Fed fund futures to determine the probability of uh well, the market's estimated probability of the Fed's rate path decisions. It's moderately accurate. It doesn't update all that often, but I think it's usually pretty accurate. So the market doesn't like the tail. Risk off? This has got to be risk off then. Should be buying puts here? More puts? Yeah, I got enough. Surely we've blown through the call chain a while ago. The market maker has been overextended for the last like $20. Where's the collar to the upside? The like the big one? It's fucking like 49.28, something like that. Or no, sorry, 50.15. Gamma max is 49.28. JPM collar is at 50.15. How is this not rejected? I'm just buying the dip. $90. 90 should have a little bit of resistance, but roughly the same as 85. Zero DT calls taking profit right here. Jesus fucking Christ. Shorting on Fubo. That'd be a first. No. Kind of looks like someone sold on Fubo. Do they still have some open share offerings too, right? Yeah, liquidity got a little bit better on the drop there. We'll see. Falling back below 3 might propagate some shorting. I love that you guys say nah, poo poo, pee pee, weenie weenie to each other. It lets me know that I'm working with the sharpest minds. Fed Williams speech should be starting like right now, or 15 minutes, 13 minutes. Didn't Zuck sell like 500 million in meta stock last week? Zuck's been selling like meta stock every day for like a month and a half now. Okay, can I posit a question to everybody? Does anybody else's female significant other, if you have one, prefer you to use the smaller fork when given the choice between large and small? Yes. I have a drawer full of salad forks, and I've never used them ever. But every girl I've ever known has. Like they'll open the drawer and intentionally take the weird little fork. I love tiny spoons. Those are awesome. My wife refuses to use the small fork and gets mad when I give it to her. Okay. My wife went to finishing school, so she uses the right fork at the right time. Women do this when their man has a tiny manhood, so she shows how much she likes the small version of things. Oh, so it's like complimentary. Nice. Time him out. I don't care how many calories you've burned, hamburger helper. The market is up here doing silly goose stuff. What does this mean for my 2D poots? Aren't your 2D poots in like June? 6 fucking months from now? And July. I think maybe you're overly concerned with intraday price movements. I use the big forks till they're gone, then the little ones, then the giant 3-prong serving fork if we haven't run the dishwasher yet. Maybe I settle for a spoon. You guys need to run your dishwasher more often. Are you saying short-term silliness isn't relevant? Generally speaking, yeah. I hate the Mag 7. Yeah, they're silly. I'm paying too much attention to the silly gooseness and not enough to the macro deckness. I guess you could put it that way. My zero DTEs would disagree with that. Picking up a 4780p crazy here? No. It's not crazy. It might not print today though. So take that into consideration. What do you mean when the market is up, but my individual stock is down? Is that individual stock somehow related to bonds? Okay, more relevant question. You bite the ends off a Twizzler and use it for drinking soda, and it's nice. I do the same thing for clam chowder, and it's gross. Why? Well, first of all, clam chowder is gross. So, also, what? Is the inside of a Twizzler hollow? I haven't had a Twizzler in years. Where's the Twizzler guy? He should be preventing the upside from happening here. Is he not eating Twizzlers? The next resistance is at 90. Short bond, long shitco. Shitco no like market up. Maybe people who own the shitco are just selling it to buy the market. But the ratio, like they have to sell a lot more of the shitco to buy the market. Actually doing some work. I'll get on it right away, Gherk. Jesus Christ, man. We need to rely on you the way people rely on Todd. Should I get my 8 cents back? I mean, I'm kind of over this at this point, but 8 cents is 8 cents. We're never going to 47.50 by the end of the day, right? No, that'd be crazy. Ooh, I could get 10 cents? I mean, yeah, it's down 20%. Well, there you go. Me like talk like this. Me own mini tup call. Me no like tup red. Me like Twizzler red. Is tup red on the day? Tup's up. Tup not red. Tup green. Like green Twizzler. I just got here. What did I miss? Grackle wasn't eating enough Twizzlers. The market ran up. Are my 4770p's safe? Do they expire today? Or a different day? Did everybody like the stream? I'll jump him after close. Good, yeah. Hold him down and stuff his mouth full of Squamp's parking lot berries. That way, the 4 hours after the terrors end, he'll regret his actions. Today? Oh, you're probably fucked. We have so much canon here. It's hard to keep track of it all. BTC is a volatile instrument. Yeah. Not for long. I mean, VIX is higher than it was earlier. One Twizzler down. That's 3 red candles. You're taking too much. More Twizzler eating, less talking. Is anyone digging tunnels under your building? No, but that fucking tweet about the guy who said there's Jews hiding under my apartment was actually fucking hysterical. Reuters, US stocks rose on Wednesday, building steam on strength in mega caps, but gains were limited ahead of inflation reports and major bank earnings later in the week. Are they predicting the future? Because we're still like at the top of this. God damn it, Grackle. What's her theory on what the tunnel was for? Going to their fucking temple during COVID restrictions. And then it's just like, it's full of garbage. Which, you know, no offense to Hasidic people, but looks very much like the rest of their neighborhood. "15-minute DTE should be spicy, right? Since the put straddles have been bought, right? Ah. There's through trading futures on the Sabbath. Yum, yum, yum. There you go, Grackle. Keep going. I need you to eat like 6 pounds of Twizzlers before close. If this was the market maker rebalancing their hedge, then it's in fact bearish, but we'll see. I don't think I have enough data right now to say if that's true or not. Update, the goose just gave a stern look. Less silly. Twizzlers with a real DD all along. We need someone just to get one of those. Like, you remember Wayne's World? Where they have, like, the red vine that's just mounted to the roof of the car? William's speech short. Fucking, this market's so fucking dumb. Yeah, it is. William's dropping facts right now. Yeah, but that might be bullish. Hold on. What's he saying? Inflation situation has improved quite a bit. Things are looking good on the jobs front. Okay, here we go. Fed's work to bring inflation back to 2% is not done. The Fed can cut rates when confident inflation is moving to 2%. The Fed will need restrictive policy stance for some time. I see inflation ebbing to 2.25 in 2024 and 2025. I see GDP around 1.25%, unemployment at 4%. Okay. The Fed are not near the point where banking sector liquidity is scarce. That's because financial conditions are looser than the. Well, I'm not going to say that. It's expensive Twizzlers. The 243 Twizzlers. This is 9,720 calories. Okay. Hamburger Helper's working on it. Wouldn't those tunnels have flooded last night? Probably. We can still bounce. Yeah, yeah. Until we fall. Actually, until we fall under 75, there's a chance that this could still bounce. Although Vol's kind of cranking up a little bit, which is neat. Why does 1280 look like it's so far from 13? The scale here is ridiculous. Because it is. Tup likes volatility. $13 is a lifetime ago. Didn't we hit 13 yesterday? Yeah, we did. We hit 1350 yesterday. I said what I said. I sold my spreads for a big ol' loss. Second time this I mean, you weren't gonna lose any more money between now and the end of the day, right? I saved like $60. I mean, did you? What if we close under 75? This is what you get for not believing in the Twizzlers. Shame. At what point did you close your Costco shorts? I didn't close my Costco shorts. They're for like a year. You should. No one wants to see that. What's up, Gaff? Uh-oh. Thunder is going to be very upset in a minute. Don't make me sell another one. I just realized they're made by Hershey. Yeah. Jump into close. Where are you? He's now the disappointment formerly known as McChuggets, I think. Is it safe to upgrade now? Crash the SPX with this one weird trick. Market makers hate him. Market makers hate the price being at 47.90. That's what I'm talking about. Are they still trying to reverse this shit? Yeah. Yeah, they are. How many MMs are there? A lot. It's the SPX. Did you see the market maker put us at 90? That doesn't mean they want to be there. Just because they have short-term hedging requirements doesn't mean that they want to hold on to them. The market and VIX are crashing. I think people are selling calls on the way down. 1 second. I need more water. Well, there you go. Enough. Are you talking like 3-ish? I don't see how CNS could possibly keep up with more than 3. Flawless. People? How do people sell calls? Only MMs can. That's not true. Everyone can sell calls. So Daniel Mack, there's periods of time where there is demand for the market to be made outside of where the market maker's hedge is. And as long as that demand persists, the market maker is willing to satisfy it. But when that demand is gone, the market maker no longer wants to be there. It's really not that confusing of a concept. And yet, here we are. I mean, immediately $12 lower. Also, Grackle, pick it up, man. Just like how an ice cream truck moves when the kids have spent their money. Exactly. Where do we end given this drop so far? I still think the most likely close is still like 75 to 85 right now, unless more call interest drops off. No need to be condescending. I didn't know it was short term. Well, you're the one with the condescending emojis. No one cries that much when laughing. It's ridiculous. It's like everything you write is followed with that face. Do all MMs want the same thing? No, I don't think so. God damn it, crypto. That's just patronizing. Yes, they do. Money? Your money? Carl's just timing everyone out now. Carl, I don't need you to time it. I can fight my own battles. I lost money today, Gurk. Every trading day since the start of the year. Really? That's tough to do, man. Like, if you just bought an option at open and then left and see where it ended up at the end of the day, your win rate would be higher than that. Maybe we should talk about what you're doing wrong. I've backtested that theory as well. I'm gonna take my 12 cents off of this option. It's better than the 8 cents I was gonna sell it for earlier. I wonder if someone will buy it from me. This is the only way to guarantee a close below 47.50. Instructions unclear. I bought $100 out of the money. Still betting a 0%. That's a legit strategy I have done, and 60% of the time it works every time. Jesus Christ. I'm conflicted with taking profits and letting winners run. That's what stops are there for. I think given that your current success rate of 0% in 10 days, possibly, and you know, at least take this under consideration. Maybe just take profits and worry about more advanced things like following a trend later once you've stopped losing money. Stopped losing? Yeah. Yeah. Why is T a fortress? I figured it would drop after the X div date. T doesn't go down. I don't think people understand how cheap T still is. It's still very cheap. Well, sometimes, but only when the government finds lead in their lines, right? And then that's just an opportunity to buy more. I'm not even YOLOing. I'm 70, 80 delta on most contracts. Maybe your problem is that you're buying too deep in the money. That sounds like you're buying quite deep in the money. And so it's harder for you need a larger move to realize profits. And so, your profits don't look very good, and you've been having a hard time cutting them because of that. Lack of stops. Well, we've already determined that a lack of stops is somewhat responsible, but it also may be that he's just buying super deep in the money options. Well, that was my timeout, Cherry. Carl, that was coming from a place of love, and you've tarnished it. Is that the first time Carl's ever timed you out? Don't quote the old magic to me, deep fried pickle. I was there when it was written. I guess I'm usually a good boy, but today I've been bad. Carl's timeouts are from a place of love. Y'all are tripping. Could you read that comment again real slow? No reason. You're a nerd, Gaff. I didn't expect to see Lion the Witch in the wardrobe today. And here you are. Is this a bear flag? A pennant? Bear pennant? Although, I'm not even sure those exist anymore. It's a head and shoulders, maybe, if you go out a little further. Slightly descending. You know what I learned today is that I should have overheld the fuck out of those calls I had earlier. I had a lot of 4770 calls. Taking a cool 30% profit on them was obviously retarded. You didn't learn that from yesterday or Monday? I never learned that lesson. I always set stops and take profits. In the long run, it pays off. That's why you still have money. Well, what I need to do is instead of looking at the call chain and being like, okay, this is the top of the calls, and my option is here, and the price is here, and I'm going to sell when we test this. I need to assume that the top of the calls is actually up here. But there's no data to support it. And I need to set my stop here, not here. Secret top. Where can I find your written DDs, and what's your handle on Twitter? Most of the DD I've been writing lately is either on Twitter or in Dillionaires. I don't know what my fucking handle on Twitter is. Pi-Fi or no, it's not. It's like Gherkin it? I think it's Gherkin it. I think I should have put Doctor in my name. I'm gonna change my name to Doctor Gherkin it. Oh boy, E-Trade's down. Time for the market to crash. Wait, is Fidelity down? Dr. Gherkin Balls. We're thinking of podcast names. Me and Jay Fresh are always competing. But we respect each other, so it's like sport, like fencing, right? It's very different from like kicking super stonkers when they say stupid shit. Or making people fun of people on FinTwit who intentionally exclude all of the relevant data from their bullish chart. JFresh is better at Twitter than you, to be honest. I boosted his account, so he better be. Also, I don't have the time to do that. That's ridiculous. They're just posting all day, over and over and over. So you become Elon's little content slave. It sounds hot when you put it like that. Until you remember it's Elon. Then it's less hot again. Yeah, but Grimes may be there. Yeah, but she'll probably be pregnant. It's just gonna be like, it's not gonna be what you think. Elon's gonna say something groundbreaking like SEC's Twitter account wasn't hacked. Gork, I'm getting a small human on July 19th. That's why Mrs. Carl said I needed a job. That makes sense. So, when should I plan on? So you should be, you're moving in on the 21st, I think, I guess. Think about this 20% of your income or 80% of your time. Me and the kid? No, 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 no. It's gonna be Carl Jr. How'd you hedge your Vega plays on this week's pump? Just playing zero DTEs? Mostly. I mean, my straddles on the upside covered, I would say covered the vast majority of the downside in Vega and the upside in the market. Although most of my Vega plays were already bought below VIX 13, so they're not really down that much. A little bit, but nothing extreme. How are the put legs of your straddles from this week? Most of them have been pretty good. I am sitting on some dead legs at 47.60 right now, and I closed the long side way too early today. So $15 in the money. So I need the puts to go like $5 in the money before I can close them. But other than that, every other day we've had like a pretty decent down and upside. Like yesterday was awesome. GMACC's all got assigned in December, and I have a large percentage of my port in cash now. What's a good safe place to park it? Historically, treasuries are considered a safe investment. Unless you know that they can be margined. One of these days you're going to fall into my trap of bear credit spreads sold for 475 on the way up. Well, at least you're not sitting on a lot of risk, right? I love selling in the money credit spreads. It's one of my favorite pastimes. The risk reward on them can be so good sometimes. I'm deeply concerned about my puts right now. Huh. Yeah, why? Because VIX is low? Over the last hour, they have not changed in value. What if you sell out of the money credit spreads that become in the money? No, that's bad. I'd rather sell an in the money credit spread that never goes out of the money than sell an out of the money credit spread that goes in the money. You know what I'm actually afraid of? I've massively oversold the 4850 4900 spread for Jan 19th. And I'm scared that inflation is going to come in ice cold tomorrow and I'm going to wake up with SPX at 4850 and I'm going to blow up 100 grand. I would bet you my Pigeon Whale membership. We close at 4750 today. I won't take that bet. Sorry. We're definitely going to 4850 tomorrow. That's what I figured. It's okay. I'll have a straddle. You know, it'd be awesome if we close at 4760 today. And then I know we only have 15 minutes. But if we close at 4760 today, and then I can use my puts from this morning again, like recycle them, you know? Is there more drop in the tank here? If we lose 75, that's actually bearish. $75, we could fall back to 60. Technically. I mean, I'm sure we'd find support before then, but that range is pretty uncontested. Why the fuck is Nikkei almost at 35k? Because their currency is worthless. No, I respect the institution of Pigeon Whale, and I would never gamble with it. The one time today I didn't sell calls into a credit spread was the top. Gary Gensler just messaged me and told me that CPI is actually not approved. Approved for what? I want to keep insurance for 4,800. Energy got murdered today. Yeah, a bit. Wait, you work at the SEC? Hold on. Then what are the goats for? I've been sick the last couple of weeks, so no time to lurk. I just wanted to say, what's up? Do you? What's up, man? I hope you're feeling better. Do you know the difference between Nikkei 225 trading on SGX and the one OSE JPN on IBKR? No. I can count on one hand the number of times I've traded the Nikkei 225 on IBKR. Actually, no hands. What are the goats for? He already said he works for the SEC. That's why I was confused. Oh, shit. Grackle, how are the Twizzlers going? What number are you on? Can you do 2 at once? Then you know what the goats are for. I guess so. 7? More. Boof them. Yeah, there you go. Then you can digest them from both sides. You know what Bear Grylls taught me? He taught me that if you boof seawater, you can live a little bit longer than if you drink it. Feeling better? Nice. That sounds painful. I don't know. I've never tried it. Truly the light we all need in these trying times. That's why I always have a funnel on me when I'm traveling on the open sea. You'd think that they would design life rafts with like a built-in solar still. And then you could just be chilling for however long. You mean salty eddies? My favorite weekend activity? No survivors is cleaner for insurance companies. Most harassed with emergency supplies do have one. Like, they should all just have one. I've seen some that do, but some don't. Bear is more dedicated to boofing seawater than I have ever been to any girlfriend. Yeah, yeah. I assume you've just looked up the video. People act like the shit that we see on TikTok nowadays is crazy, but they forget that Bear Grylls was boofing seawater on the Discovery Channel in 2005. It's been burned in my brain for 15 years. He didn't even need it. He had a whole camera crew there, all of them equipped with water. He just did that for fun. Yeah, the elephant dung one too. Yeah. I'm drinking my own piss. That's funny, isn't it? Oh. Turns out that was a Head and Shoulders. There's an episode where he pees into a snake skin, carries it around with him in the sun for like 4 hours, and then drinks it. Oh boy. I do remember when Tom Green did the things Tom Green did. Whatever happened to him? Did he just become normal? Like, I want to believe that he was on drugs, but he was Canadian, so I feel like it was just his personality. Tom Green died in a tragic bathroom accident. Who is the other guy that everyone fucking hated? Andy Dick. You remember him? He got canceled. He was so bad he got canceled before canceling was a thing. Jamie Kennedy. I don't even know who that is. Malibu's Most Wanted? Oh, okay. He inadvertently killed Phil Hartman? How? Oh, what? Andy Dick did? Yeah, I remember that. Jamie Kennedy is discount Seth Green. Where are we going back up again? I hate this market. Nice crash. Crass I high. You're welcome, man. I don't no idea how to read your name. Is it crash and you've just put lines on either side of the H? Yeah, I mean, clearly he stopped eating Twizzlers. We don't even need to ask him. Check DM. Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, what? Really? Holy fuck. Yeah, I guess we can write the DD now. Although, maybe we don't want to. What the fuck happened? Someone just changed their fucking mind? uh, SPX not allowed to close red ever again. It closed red yesterday. Double down on what? Why are you grinning so much? Did you buy some calls? I don't know what you're talking about. Ding ding. The day is done. That was an interesting turn of events. Closing the day at 48.20 after failing the 48.28 test. Yeah, it was a bit strange. Big buy into close. We have CPI first thing in the morning, obviously. I don't know what to say about today's price action. It was pretty normal up until we hit about 75, and then shit got weird for a while, and then we dropped again, and it got normal. So that's where we're at. Tomorrow, put straddling looks to be at 47.70. Strangles at 50 and 80. So we're definitely in the upside range of the neutral positioning. That'll probably balance out more as we move into tomorrow's open. Maybe we see a little bit of downside tonight and move back to like the 4,800 level. That wouldn't be super surprising. But I don't think there's anything big overnight. Maybe Japan has some news. I think coincident index, leading economic index for Japan overnight. So that shouldn't impact shit too much. And then core inflation at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, followed by jobless claims, which are expected to worsen, but probably won't. Looks like analyst consensus forecast is 0.2 with headline 3.9 year over year for core, and then 0.1 is the forecast for month over month. I'm sorry, that's core. Headline 0.1 with 3.1 year over year. So I think headline will be a little hotter than 0.1. I think 0.2 maybe slightly higher than 0.2, and we get 3.2 year over year again. Core, I would say, is probably in line with my expectations, like 0.3, 3.8 year over year. For SPX, that puts us pretty close to our prior high on today's upside test. I guess if CPI is hot, we could see a continued failure, maybe back down to gamma neutral. I kind of want to see how positioning has moved around tonight. I don't really know yet. GME had a little bit of a bounce today, like 50 cents, but I think it's still under delta neutral. Upstart clawed back a little bit and then fell. Once the price in Nvidia moderated, that really kind of stopped running. A little bit of covering and then a little bit of shorting on Fubo. Still sub $3. Not a lot going on there. Siri finally stopped being a $5.50 stablecoin and lost a little bit of ground. Top. So top they covered this morning, shorted into the afternoon. Price still up 2 cents on the day. I'm not really sure they accomplished much there. There may be more covering coming in as we move forward. It's still very illiquid. So they can juggle the liquidity around for a little while, but eventually they're going to have to cover something. I would imagine that their goal is to try to juggle that liquidity until TUP makes their announcement on the 19th. If they can, and hopefully for the shorts, that's a bearish announcement, and they can get some people actually selling the underlying. Beyond seeing a little bit of covering today, shorting through the ETFs, covering in the underlying, moved up 11 cents on the day, although the intraday high was quite a bit higher. Still holding that trend line. I'm starting to think if this persists and we start to break into an uptrend from here, that I'm possibly going to pick up some call positioning, maybe for like $9 Feb or March. But I'll think about that. Broad commodities down again today. HSI also down overnight, so still chopping around. Dixie down, but yields slightly up on the day. Especially at the top end of the curve. Yeah, it didn't look like the fat tail was bullish in any way, and yet the market rose on the news. So I think it may have generated some hedging requirements that were like ultimately satisfied when we peaked, and then some of that shed off and the market maker rebalanced a little bit. Although the end of the day kind of skewed that all over again. And like I said, we're still kind of the upside of that neutral positioning. Core 1 and 3 month down again today, but a little less steep of a drop off. I think VIX actually ended up closing today a little higher than its intraday low. So some of that turning around, probably with inflation volatility expectations going into CPI. Watch out if you have like a strangle or something. Make sure that your losing leg doesn't get crushed into nothingness. Carry trade getting leaned on pretty heavily over the last 2 days. While volatility isn't turning up, that's the forward returns on volatility are remaining a little bit suppressed. We are seeing the yield curve tighten up a little bit. Not much, but definitely a break in the trend that we've seen over the last 5 or 6 trading days. Move, that's not updated yet. Skews up a little bit today, which not really that interesting. And then, oh yeah, this, I wanted to go to just VX1. That's still down about 39.64%. So still in excess of any historical peak. Yeah, it's still significantly in excess of what we saw in 2010. Remember that this is on the weekly, right? So it's really just like a deviation in the forward convexity between spot VIX and VIX futures. But it's a big one. It's definitely still very notable, even though it's slipped back below 40% on the weekly. Yeah. That's it. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, guys. Later.